Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, welcome back to ASMR Retro. Today is a very special day because after 10 long years, the McDonald's McRib is back, baby. Back in Canada. I don't know if it's available currently in the States or in any other countries, but I'd be curious to know if it is. It's a pretty elusive sandwich, but here it is in front of our very eyes. I'm gonna take this baby for a test run, and actually this might be a first for me because I don't really ever remember eating a McRib before. I might have, but I don't remember because it's been a long time if I had one. So yeah, here it is. So it is the McRib, like I said, and I'll read the blurb that's on the McDonald's website. It says, the McRib starts with seasoned boneless pork dipped in a tangy BBQ sauce. Barbecue, I don't know why I say BBQ. Topped with slivered onions and tangy pickles, all served on a toasted home-style bun. When everything combines, you have barbecue pork sandwich perfection. But its availability is limited. Stay tuned at your local McDonald's for when the McRib is available near you. And here's just some quick nutritional information. It's 520 calories, 28 grams of fat, 75 milligrams of cholesterol, 890 milligrams of sodium, 46 grams of carbohydrates. I couldn't find the fiber information. 13 grams of sugar and 24 grams of protein. Alright, now that boring stuff is out of the way, let's take a little closer look here. Looks like a pretty typical sandwich, nothing special to look at, so I'm just gonna dig right in. Let's do this. It's not bad. I'm going for a sip here. I'm drinking, what am I drinking? Coke Zero, that's right. Okay, I'm still not sure. Let me go in for a few more bites here. Well, it definitely tastes like ribs, so that's good. It's a good start. I typically like it when things taste like the things that they're supposed to be, so that's good. Let's try some more. Feels like the ribs are very thin, which makes it a little harder to taste, I guess. I don't know how to explain that, but I wish they were thicker, you know? They're essentially as thick as the Big Mac patties, it seems, which is definitely too thin for a sandwich like this, especially because it's pretty simple. There's not a lot of stuff in here. So it feels kind of thin overall, the sandwich, kind of soft. The pickles do add a little bit of crunchy texture, but it feels like there's not enough of a crunch factor, you know. But wait, it's not over yet. It might win me over still. Okay, one more bite here. All right, have a little sip. Okay, so before I give my ratings and verdict, I have some fries to eat here while I deliberate. And as usual, I have my shotgun glass of ketchup. So let's dab that in there. Good old McDonald's fries never let me down. Oops, I dropped one in there. Oh well. I'll get it later. So sorry if I called it a rib witch. I might have called it that because on The Simpsons there was an episode where Krusty came out with a rib witch sandwich, and because it was limited time, it goes from town to town, and Homer loved it, so he was following it from town to town. Pretty funny episode. But yeah, they called it the rib witch, so I keep calling it that by accident, but it's a McRib. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. But yeah, I didn't, I stay up to date with the cutting edge fast food news. Subscribe to Fast Food Weekly. I made that up, but yeah, I didn't hear about this McRib coming out again. It just kind of happened. I just heard about it today, and I was like, oh, I gotta get it. A little bit of notice would have been nice. I remember seeing a Matt Pat, I think it was Matt Pat, and he talked about why the McRib is limited time always. Seems to be a popular sandwich, and he looks at things like, oh, maybe it's because when the price of pork goes down, then they release the McRib. But then he compared graphs of pork prices to when the McRib comes out, and they don't line up. And I don't remember what his conclusion was, if he had a conclusion, but it's a pretty interesting episode. Maybe I'll watch it after this. Okay, there we go. Too bad that Matt Pat is semi-retiring. I don't watch the show all the time, but I do find it pretty enjoyable to watch. I understand he wants, more time for his family and stuff, but I understand why he's doing, like, he should just hire people to, write everything for him, and he just, because he is the face of the channel, right? He is the channel, so why not keep his face there? Have everyone else do all the work, and he just records the video, have everyone else edit it. That's it. I don't know. I'm sure he has his reasons. I can kind of relate when he says, or when he said that, he's kind of tired of like every, going out to eat, for example, and he's constantly thinking of, oh, is this good material for an episode? Or, I kind of relate to that because every time I play a video game or something, it's always like, oh, maybe I can play this on the channel, blah, blah, blah. But I kind of like that, so it doesn't bother me, but I do understand. It could get tiresome after a while. Here in Canada, we have this Subway chain called Mr. Sub, and I don't know if it's in the States now, but they used to have this rib sub. Oh man, I used to get it like once a week. So good. Nice, thick ribs. Could really sink your teeth into them. And because it's a sub, you can put whatever you want on it to give it more texture, flavor, or whatever. I mean, I know you can customize stuff at McDonald's too, I think, but yeah, I missed the Mr. Sub, rib sub. I don't know why they keep taking their subs. I mean, our ribs. What's up with that? Running out of ketchup here. Okay, now it's time for my ratings. For taste, I'd probably give it a 6. It wasn't super tasty. It's not that it tasted bad. But whatever taste there was, there just wasn't enough of it. It's like a weak, small tasting rib sandwich, I guess. Didn't really blow me away. The texture wasn't great either. I'd give that a 5. It was very thin and kind of soft. And maybe that was because, I had to transport it, not to go pick it up. So maybe it got a little bit soft, but I'm not sure. So yeah, I'll give that a 5. For the presentation, maybe a 7 at best. It looked nice and clean, but again, it looked a little bit underwhelming when you see the picture they have is like barbecue sauce spilling out everywhere, and I don't know, it just was a little bit underwhelming in that sense as well. Portion was not good. It was kind of small. To be fair, didn't cost that much either. So, but still, I'd rather pay a little bit more and get a little bit more food. So for portion, I'd give a 6. And for aftertaste, I don't think I don't really sense that there's an aftertaste. Not a strong one. I'm kind of surprised by that, especially because there's onions in it. I'd probably give aftertaste a 9, which is good. I guess it's hard to have aftertaste when there's not too much taste to begin with, but it is what it is. So my final verdict is I'm kind of disappointed. I didn't think it was worth waiting for 10 years. I'd eat one again if someone gave it to me or if it was free or something, but I don't think I'd buy one again. When I go into McDonald's, the taste of the Big Mac and their other burgers is so ingrained in my mind that I can picture wanting to have this instead. So yeah, I have to give it a thumbs down or a fail or whatever you want to call it. Kind of disappointed, but I'm curious to hear what you guys think if you've had one recently or in the past. Who knows, maybe they're made different here in Canada and they're better in the States or wherever. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. So I guess I'll just end it there. I hope you found this video relaxing. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, welcome back to another Retro's Food Court. Today I'm going to review the classic chicken sandwich from Popeyes. And along with my meal, I'm going to have, instead of french fries, I decided to go with the beans and rice. And I'm going to drink a Sprite along with it. But before we get started, as usual, I'll give you some information about the sandwich or the food item. So that way we can better appreciate the art form of eating. And remember, don't eat to live, live to eat. Or something like that. I forget. Anyway. Okay, here is the description on the website. A tender all-white meat chicken breast fillet, marinated in an authentic blend of Louisiana seasoning, and then hand-battered and breaded in our all-new buttermilk coating, served with crisp, barrel-cured pickles and classic mayonnaise, served on a warm and toasted buttery brioche, I think that's how you say it, bun. Alright, sounds good. So some nutritional information. It's 720.4 calories, very specific measurements here. 42 grams of fat, 85 milligrams of cholesterol, 1,545.1 milligrams of sodium. That sounds like a lot. 52.7 grams of carbs, 1.8 grams of fiber, 8.9 grams of sugar, and 3.9 grams of protein. Alright, there's all the information you need. Let's take a look at it. Looks pretty good, I gotta say. It's a beast. Nice big piece of chicken in there. Let's give it a smell. Oh yeah. Alright guys, I'm gonna dig in. Pretty good. Pretty good. Going in for another bite. some Sprite here. Can you hear the bubbles? Yeah, so I never really had Popeyes that much. Popeyes. For whatever reason, growing up, I never had it, but, later in life, I had it maybe, a handful of times. And I always thought it was a good, nice alternative to Kentucky Fried Chicken. But I'm interested to hear, as always, what your guys' experience is with Popeyes. Oh, there goes a piece. Do you like it? Do you like it better than KFC? What do you think? I will let you guys know what I think at the end of the video. I wish the chicken was more crispy. It's advertised as a crispy chicken sandwich, but it is a bit crispy, but could be more crispy. This thing's going pretty fast. I was trying to think about why it's called Popeyes. I always assumed that it was related to the cartoon character somehow. They had the rights to the name, but maybe not to show the character or something like that. And I was also thinking, why isn't there an apostrophe? If it's Popeyes restaurant, there should be an apostrophe S there. But maybe you're just saying there's multiple locations. I don't know. But then I looked it up, and it's actually based on a character from a movie, The French Connection, but even so, there should still be an apostrophe there. I don't know. English isn't my strength. Neither is math or science or anything else really, but I'm pretty good at eating though. Just a little bit left here. now we're gonna work on this rice and beans. And they gave me a plastic spoon. I'd rather eat this with a fork, but maybe a spoon is okay. Alright, let's dig into this. Take a look at that. Not bad. I should have got the Cajun fries though. Or the mac and cheese. I'm dropping this stuff all over the place. Should have worn a bib. Okay, now I'm going to rate this thing. Just as a reminder, I'm only rating the crispy chicken sandwich, the classic crispy chicken sandwich. So for the taste, honestly, wasn't super tasty. It wasn't bad either. I just felt like it should have had, like the sauce, whatever was on it, there should have been more of it. Like I'm a sauce guy, so I feel like I could have used a little more of that. The chicken, it was pretty good. The chicken itself. So for taste, I give it a 7. The texture was a little bit disappointing, especially because it's advertised as a crispy chicken sandwich. I wanted it to be more crispy, so I can't give it higher than a 5 for texture. As far as presentation goes, it looked really good. So presentation, I'll give it a 9. It looks like this huge, massive thing that you just want to devour, so it's pretty good. Portion size was pretty good too. Looked quite big. It was quite big. So yeah, I'll give that a 9 as well. And for aftertaste, I think it's pretty good. In terms of aftertaste, I'll give that a 10. 10 being good. I think this is probably the cleanest as far as aftertaste perspective goes. I think that this is probably the best that I've reviewed so far. Alright, now it's time for my final verdict. This wasn't my best experience of eating Popeyes. I've had better stuff there before. Maybe just the actual chicken pieces would have been a better choice, but you know what, when you sometimes, you want a break from your 4 beef-based meals per day, so you want chicken, right? So this is not a bad choice, a bad alternative, but I'm joking about the beef thing, but yeah, is it better than KFC? Based on this, I can't really judge. I would have to do more of a comparison. But with that said, yeah, it's not bad. Give it a try. What can I say? You might like it a little bit more than I did. Again, the biggest disappointment was the texture for me, the lack of crispiness. Alright, well, with all that being said, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you found it relaxing and satisfying. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, Retro here. Welcome back to another Retro's Food Court. Now this episode will feature a Canadian restaurant chain called Sandwich with a Pretty Big Pickle in it. It's a pretty unique name there, but since I'm Canadian, I thought it would be good to talk about some Canadian businesses. So, I think that would be a pretty cool thing to do. So the item I got at this restaurant, as you can see, is right here. And they don't have a very big menu. We'll talk more about that later. But pretty much the only thing they have is a sandwich with a pretty big pickle in it. Basically the name of the restaurant. So there it is. That's what we'll be reviewing in this episode. I actually got a combo, which comes with a drink. Now it has what looks like a paper straw, which looks like it melted, but we'll try to make do with that. And the drink is actually pickle soda. So pickle juice soda, pickle soda, something like that. Yeah. Pickle flavored, I guess. I'm guessing. Never had pickle soda before, but we'll see what that's like. It also comes with a bag of Lay's dill pickle chips, appropriately so we'll munch on those. And it comes with a plastic toy. So I'm going to play with that for a few minutes. I'll do that later though. Put that there. All right. Now, as always, we'll start off with some information about the item. So, like I said, this is a sandwich with a pretty big pickle in it. And the description on the menu said, it's a sandwich with a pretty big pickle in it. It's not that big of a pickle, but I wouldn't say it's a small pickle either. So, kind of an honest description there. And it has, for calories, 215, 4 grams of fat, 0 grams of cholesterol, not grams of cholesterol, 710 milligrams of sodium, 37 grams of carbs, 2 grams of fiber, 3 grams sugar, and protein is 7.2 grams. All right, so let's take a look at this thing. It's pretty bare bones. That's all there is to it. Not much to see, I guess. And to be honest, my hopes aren't too high. Looks pretty basic, but all right, let's give it a bite. Wow. That was a very juicy pickle. It went everywhere. Oh well. Okay, that was mostly bread though. Let's take another bite here. You know what? It's actually not bad. It's much juicier than I thought it would be. So I have to admit, I am a pretty big pickle fan. And that is a pretty good pickle. Dang, very juicy. The bread is very good too. I was talking to the guy there, and he said that they actually make the bread fresh there in the factory, and then it gets shipped to them. So it's good to have fresh bread. Definitely makes a difference. I'm gonna have to wash my mouse pad after. The pickle juice went everywhere. Right now we're left with just bread, which you would think, oh no, that's terrible, but the bread is like so good. fresh from the factory. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip of this, but I have to take the straw out because it's kind of useless. I'll just take the top off here. Okay. There you can see the pickle pop. Let's see if you can hear it fizz. Alright, let's take a sip. It's pretty good. You may think drinking a pickle tasting beverage is kind of weird, but it's not like that. It's more like, you know, the liquid in a pickle jar. It's like that. It's good. So, good stuff. I'm going to get some more. Oh, yeah. Now, I have a pretty big surprise coming up, but before I get there, here's some more information I found about this place. It's not very much. So, like I said, it's a Canadian-based restaurant chain, and they currently have 1 location across all of Canada and 0 locations in the rest of the world. And its founder is CEO Michael Pickleseller. There he is right there. It looks very familiar. I think he served me in the store. That's pretty cool. And the parent company, which is called Sandwich with a Pretty Big Pickle in It Corporation, is a strong promoter of social responsibility, environmental issues, and humanitarianism. For example, they switched to paper straws, as we saw, and their ad campaign to raise awareness in these uncertain times. I wasn't really able to find much more than that, but I did look up some reviews and just, to see if other people have discovered this place and what they think. So let's take a look at a few of these user reviews, customer reviews. This one says 5 stars, great product. Okay, straight to the point. This other one says 5 stars, I bought this product for my husband and he loved it. Okay. This one, it's a 1-star review. It's a pickle arrived damaged. I don't know how you damage a pickle. Was it like broken in half or something? I don't know. 4 stars, sandwich looked good. Okay, it's good to know. 2 stars, cheap bread, sandwich broke when I jumped on it. I'm not sure why anybody would jump on a sandwich, but 1 star, irresponsible, pickle is choking hazard for the bun. I don't even know what that means exactly, but this guy did not like it. 5 stars, I just won $125 on Casino Cash Net real money. That's probably a spam bot. This one's interesting. So he says 1 star, I just heard about the pickle lick test. They lick every single pickle before they put it in your sandwich. Isn't that unsanitary? And the interesting thing about this one is the CEO, Michael Pickleseller, actually responded. Well, supposedly it's him. He says, it's not as bad as you think. It's not that big a deal. And then the other guy was like, oh, okay, 5 stars. So I guess he changed his mind there. I kind of hope the pickle licking thing isn't true, but okay. And then the last one here is 5 stars. I bought this product for my husband and he loved it. That sounds kind of familiar, but anyway. Okay, guys, as I was saying before, I had a surprise for you. Now, I'm not 100% sure if I should be showing you guys this, but when I was at the store, they seemed very excited about a new test product that they were kind of demoing, and they said I could have one. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show it or not. They weren't clear about that, but I think I'm going to talk about it anyway. I think it could really help their business once they finally release this product. Here it is. It is a sandwich with a pretty big pickle in it and not that much mustard. You can see the mustard there. Not too much. Not that much. However you want to word it. So I'm pretty excited to be one of the first to try one of these. And yeah, let's take a bite. So far it tastes like the last one because I haven't got to the mustard part yet. But I'm getting there. I'm working on it. Still no mustard. Just halfway through the sandwich and I haven't hit the mustard yet. There it is. Oh yeah, I got it. The mustard really adds something. It adds not that much flavor, which is just perfect for me. I'm gonna have some more juice here. All right. Who would have thought pickles could be so good? Well, I could, but I never thought they could get even better and better. These guys, they know their pickles. All right, and the perfect way to finish off that meal is with some dill pickle chips. Pickly. You know, I love pickles, like I said already, and I love pickle chips, but after eating those delicious pickle sandwiches, I barely taste this. Sounds like a regular. Just goes to show you how good those sandwiches were. Some more pop here. Some good chips though. Now the flavor's starting to come back. I feel like pickle chips is another one of those kind of chips that people either love or hate. Just like ketchup chips. I like them. I mean, love them. All right. All right, now it's time for the ratings and final verdict. Now, I know what you're thinking. Retro, it's going to be pretty hard to rate basically a piece of bread with a pickle in it. And to that I say it's going to be super easy, barely an inconvenience. For taste, no doubt it's a 10. It's pickles, guys, pickles. Did I mention it's pickles? Pickles are delicious. Can't go wrong with a pickle. For texture, I have to give it another 10. The pickles are super crunchy. I was skeptical about that whole lick test thing, but it works. It works. They only got the best pickles of the two that I had. They were amazing. For presentation, yeah, I was a little bit skeptical about that at first, but now I kind of get it. I know what they were going for. You have the bun, you have the pickle. It's not too big. It's, pretty big, but it just works. It looks inviting. So, and again, portion, it's pretty big. So that gets a 10. Oh, presentation is 10 if I didn't say that. And aftertaste is also definitely a 10. Like, why wouldn't you want that pickly taste staying with you for the whole day, right? I guess that's just part of the appeal of eating a sandwich with a pretty big pickle in it. So yeah, overall, I think this is a great restaurant and they make a great pickle sandwich. The best I've ever had. No problem. Perfect score for me. My first perfect score here on Retro's Food Court. So highly recommended. I hope this restaurant really catches on and gets. If you're interested in starting your own franchise, look them up, give them a call. Let's get this thing really going. I really have a lot of faith in this product. So that being said, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you found it relaxing, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Hi there, hello, it's me, the Retronaut. You should buy this product, I decided. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, Retro here. Today I'm going to try a MrBeast burger, specifically the Beast style burger. And if you don't know who that is, MrBeast, he's just basically the biggest YouTuber of all time. Much bigger than PewDiePie, surprisingly. He has 263 million subscribers. I'll get there one day, I swear. Yeah, so from Wikipedia, I think this is a good summary. It says he is known for his fast-paced, high-production videos, which feature elaborate challenges and large giveaways. So yeah, he has a virtual restaurant called MrBeast Burger. And basically that's where, you don't have a physical location. They just have what they call ghost kitchens that will prepare the food for you when you order it. So I thought that was an interesting concept. And, here we go. I want to try this out. So like I said, this is the Beast style burger from MrBeast. They have other burgers as well, but I decided to go with this one. So from the website, here's the description. Smashed crispy beef patties with house seasoning, American cheese, pickles, diced onions, mayo, ketchup, and brown mustard on a toasted bun. Okay, doesn't quite look like it does in the picture, but what can you do? Just a little nutritional information. It has 950 calories, 66 grams of fat, 190 milligrams of cholesterol, 1,840 grams of sodium, 43 grams of carbs, 4 grams of fiber, 10 grams of sugar, and 41 grams of protein. I also got the crinkle fries and a Sprite to go along with it, which is off camera at the moment. And of course, I have my shotgun glass full of ketchup. Okay, let's not waste any more time. I'm starving. I want to try this burger. But as usual, let's just take a close look. There it is. Okay. Hopefully camera can focus on that. Just to give a little sniff. Smells like a burger. All right, I'm just going to go for it. Okay. Not bad. And I didn't look online at anybody else's reviews of this. I just wanted to go in unbiased and see what I think. The bun is very good. It's a nice bun. Okay. Gonna take a sip here. Decent burger so far. I'm wondering if how many of you guys have tried one of the MrBeast burgers, and what do you think? So when you're at the end of this burger almost already, not the biggest burger. It's smaller than I was expecting, to be honest. Cheese is nice. Texture's nice. Grab another drink here. Okay. Dip this in my shotgun a little bit. My shot glass. Okay, that was interesting. I'll give my verdict for the burger and my views on it at the end of the video. But let's try some of these crinkle fries. Okay, let's try one with ketchup. Got a nice amount of ketchup on there. Oh yeah. Pretty good. Quite a bit of seasoning on it. Quite spicy for fries that are not really labeled as spicy. They're cold now, so they're not as crispy as they probably were when they weren't cold. I don't know, but that's my fault because I have to set up once I got the food. Should have planned that a little bit better. I'm digging these fries. I don't know why fast food places like McDonald's and stuff don't have crinkle fries as an option, or do they? I don't remember ever seeing them. They're so much better. Especially if you dip them in ketchup, because the ketchup gets, into those wrinkles and the crinkles and to every nook and cranny. Now, to be honest, I didn't know that much about MrBeast, and I still don't. My first friend suggested I do the MrBeast burger for a video, and I looked into it. I thought it was interesting, and looking into him, seems like an interesting guy. And just looking at the way he first started, just doing like gaming videos. Then he would do those like, oh, how much do YouTubers make or whatever. It's amazing to see what the show has become. I thought I read somewhere that like now the average budget per episode is $1 million. Could that possibly be true? Yeah, but he started small and worked his way up, so good for him. I also heard that there was some kind of dispute with whatever company is doing the MrBeast burger. I don't know how all that stuff works. I'm sure someone else is taking care of it for him, but some kind of dispute. He's not happy with something. I don't know, bro. I don't know. He also seems to do a lot of charitable stuff, which is cool. But I know when it comes to charity and YouTubers, there's a lot of scams and stuff going on, but it seems to be legit as far as I know. These are really good fries. Not gonna lie, I'm enjoying the fries more than the burger. Seasoning on the fries is quite good. Is or are, whatever. I'm gonna have to put in some time on the treadmill after this one though. Holy. It's a good thing I didn't eat much for breakfast. And looking at the nutritional stuff, how much fat it has compared to, like, let's say a Whopper, is quite a bit more fat. But I thought, okay, for some reason I thought this burger was much bigger than it was, but not really. So like I said, I'm gonna have to pay the price for this meal. in two ways. We'll talk about that later. Okay guys, my ketchup needs a refill. I'll be right back. Okay, there's my refill. Maybe I put a little bit too much, but it's okay. I love ketchup. I'll make good use of it. I've said this before, but it still surprises me to this day when I find out that there's people out there that don't like ketchup. I'm like, what? How? That's possible? I love it. Or people who put gravy on their fries or nothing on their fries. To each their own, but I don't get it, bro. Few little pieces left here. Gotta get this last piece here. Alright, now time for my ratings and then my final verdict. So keep in mind these ratings are just for the burger, not for the fries. So for taste, it was good. It was a pretty basic burger, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Bread was nice, texture was nice. I wish I had more of a meaty taste though, you know what I mean? But I had the mayo and the ketchup and all that. It was a nice burger. So for taste, considering the price as well, maybe 7.5. For texture, was really good. Like I said, the bread, the meat, I already talked about that, but it did have a good texture for sure, so I'll give that a 9. Presentation, it was a good presentation. It looked very clean. It wasn't messy at all. I barely dropped anything, just like a couple pieces of onion. So yeah, it just looked like a very clean, crisp burger. However, on the advertising, it looks kind of like a messy, big, I don't even know how you call it, rustic burger. I don't know, for lack of a better word. And that is definitely not what I got, so I don't know, maybe I'll just give it an 8 for presentation. And finally, portion size. This is my biggest problem, is that it was very small. Not what I was expecting. The way it looks in the image, and I know they all do this, but I was expecting something massive, especially for the price. Just their burger alone was like, I think $11 or $12. I mean, keeping in mind these are Canadian dollars, but, and then for the whole combo, it was close to $20. plus they not have to pay tax, delivery tip. It adds up. Yeah, but like 10, 11, or 12 or $13 or whatever it was for a burger. I expected more than that. I expected something bigger than you would get at McDonald's or Burger King, and it really wasn't. So that was kind of disappointing in that sense. So for portion, I can't give it more than like a 4, and that's being pretty generous, I think. And again, with the price, I would think I would want something more tasty than that for paying that much. However, I would say the fries were amazing, and that's not part of this review, but the fries were really, really good. I do recommend the fries. I enjoyed those a lot. Maybe they should call it MrBeast fries or something. I don't know, bro. But yeah, the fries were good. So my overall verdict, I can't really recommend this just based on the price. I think it's too pricey. It is a decent burger, and really good fries. So if you want to try it, go ahead, give it a try. I'm sure you'll like it, but again, it's a little bit pricey for me. Alright guys, thank you for watching this video. I hope you found it enjoyable. I hope you found it relaxing, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, welcome back to ASMR Retro. Today is July 1st, which means it is Canada Day. So happy Canada Day to all my Canadian viewers and to everyone else, of course. Now, today I decided to celebrate by reviewing 2 items. They are from Harvey's, which is a restaurant chain in Canada. It's pretty popular all across Canada. So I'm going to try the original burger, and off to the side here is the regular classic poutine. I'm also going to be drinking this. You can see it. Gotta be careful not to spill it. It is, it says Quebec Maple, and it is Coca-Cola. So I guess it's like maple syrup flavored Coke or something like that. We'll see. But okay, so for the burger here, the description is flame grilled original beef burger and your choice of toppings on a toasted golden bun. Pretty simple and straightforward. And for the poutine, it's crispy golden fries made with 100% Canadian potatoes, topped with vegetarian gravy and cheese curds made with Canadian dairy. Alright, I'm going to skip the nutritional information because with the burger you pick your toppings, which greatly changes the nutritional values, so I'm just going to skip that whole section. So with that being said, I am starving. This smells delicious. I'm going to dive right in. Of course, I'll give you a little closer look. Alright, I'm going to take my first bite. That was a monster bite. Yeah, went a little nuts with the toppings. I pretty much put everything except for a few things like onions. What else? Jalapeno peppers. A few things I left off, but and I put the typical sauces that you'd put on it. So good. I'm gonna grab a sip of this maple syrup Coke. Get her a fizz. It's not bad. Yeah, it does taste like maple syrup. Yeah, so I grew up with Harvey's, very familiar with Harvey's. You can't be Canadian and not be familiar with Harvey's. So much better than McDonald's, in my opinion. It just feels healthier too. I don't know if it is. I'd have to look at all the numbers and stuff, but it just has a healthier taste. Grab another sip here. It's been a while since I had pop out of a straight out of a glass bottle. Actually, it tastes better somehow. I don't know the physics of that, but this one's gonna get messy. Okay, a few more bites here. I don't think they have very many locations outside of Canada, but if any of you have tried Harvey's, what do you think? And I'm sure if any of you are from Canada, you've definitely tried it. For years, I didn't even know that Harvey's was a Canadian thing. I just thought, oh, it's Harvey's. It's like McDonald's and they have it all over the world, but I guess not. Some pop. Alright, that was the burger. Now we're going to move on to some poutine. It's stuck in there pretty good. Might have to get a real fork. Not bad. Cheese got a little bit hard because by the time I drove home, you know, that kind of happens. Okay, I had to adjust the position a little bit. It's getting kind of awkward, but try our best. What do you guys think of poutine? Not really something I grew up with. It's not something I usually choose when I go to a restaurant. I usually like my fries pretty simple with ketchup. But curious to know what you think. Grab some more here. Alright, now it's time for the ratings. We'll start with the original burger first. For taste, it was really good. I would give it a 9. Can't go wrong with a Harvey's burger. For texture, it was fine, but I think I told the guy to put a little bit too much sauce, so it was kind of goopy. But again, that's my fault, but anyway, I'll just give it a 7. For presentation, it's fine. It looked like a good looking burger. Give that a 9. Portion is my only complaint, really. I felt it could have been a little bit bigger. But maybe that's just because it was so good, but I'll give that a 6. Okay, for the poutine, I've never been the biggest fan of poutine. Maybe I just haven't had a good poutine, but so I'm not the right guy to review this particular item. We'll see, but the taste was okay. Again, it's not something I prefer when I have fries. I just want ketchup and french fries, and that's it, right? So taste, I don't know, 6.5. The texture, I think, is my biggest problem with poutine. Has a goopy texture. I guess that's how it's supposed to be, but it's not something that sits well with me, I guess. So I'll give that a 5. For presentation, I'd give it a 6. I wish it looked more like it did in the picture. I know it never does, but it didn't look that great. Portion was good. I would give that a 9. So my overall verdict is that the burger is really, really good. It's great that you could put any toppings you want. Just don't go too overboard. So you might have a little mess on your hands unless that's the way you like it. For the poutine, if you like poutine, it's probably good. I'm not the biggest poutine fan, but I thought I'd give it another try. But it's probably decent poutine. But again, I'm not the right guy to judge that. Anyways, I'd like to know what you guys think in the comments. And yeah, happy Canada Day. And with that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you found it relaxing, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, welcome back to Retro's Food Court. Today I'm going to review this relatively new item from McDonald's called the Big Arch. It's available in Canada currently, and I'm not sure where else. If you have it in the States, I don't know. Please let me know if it's available. But yeah, it's the big arch. You can see it's basically a big burger. And I got my fries. I have some Sprite. I got my shot glass that I'll fill up with ketchup eventually for the fries. And yeah, let's try this thing out. But before we do, I'll give you some information about it as usual. So the description is 2 quarter-pound 100% Canadian beef patties layered with 3 slices of white processed cheese and topped with crispy onions, slivered onions, pickles, lettuce, and delicious big arch sauce, served on a toasted sesame seed and poppy seed bun. And some nutritional information. Now this is crazy. It's 1,030 calories, which is crazy, but it is quite big. 66 grams of fat, 180 milligrams of cholesterol, 1,980 milligrams of sodium, 57 grams of carbs, 14 grams of sugar, and 42 grams of protein. So not the healthiest thing, but hey, whatever. It looks pretty damn good, so that's all that matters. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Oh, it's big. It's a nice close-up shot for you. Alright guys, I can't wait anymore. I gotta take a bite. I'm starving. And my stomach just growled. It knows food is coming down. It's got a nice crunch to it. Grab a sip of Sprite. Oh, and I forgot to show you, it has its own box. There it is, the big arch. And in French, it's a Le Grand M. So Le Grand McDonald's, I don't know. Alright, let's go in for another big arch bite. Pretty good. Had to move my microphone a bit because this thing's so big. I don't have room for it in front of the mic. Okay, another bite. It is a pretty messy burger. I mean, just like any burger at McDonald's. But because of its size, it's going to make quite a bit of a mess. But it's okay. I've heard people call this just basically like a big, oversized Big Mac or quarter pounder, but it doesn't really taste like it. There's a difference, I guess, with the sauce and the toppings and stuff, the onions. Definitely has its own flavor, its own taste. But it definitely has its that distinctive McDonald's quality to it. Whether you take that as a good thing or a bad thing, but It definitely feels like it belongs in the McDonald's family, I'll put it that way. Yeah, so if any of you guys have tried this, let me know what you think. I'm enjoying it so far. Grab another one. If you're planning on trying this burger, make sure you're wearing a bib. You can make a mess. Maybe not the best thing. Like if you're like me, you take your dates to McDonald's. Maybe not a good idea because you'll make a mess of yourself. I'm just kidding. I don't have any dates. Okay, wow. Can't believe there's still more. Couple more bites, maybe 3. Grab a quick drink. We'll finish this guy off. That sounds wrong. That was a lot of food. And the best part is it comes with its own salad. Its own built-in salad for later. Alright, I'm going to switch plates for the fries, because I think that plate is done. Give me a sec. Okay, we're going to dump out these fries here. And got our shotgun glass. We'll put it right here for easy access. Move this a bit. And of course, gotta load it up. It's one. I don't know if this is going to be enough. I might have to use my own ketchup supplies. It's okay. I got plenty of ketchup to spare from that ketchup World Cup video. That's not gonna do. I need some more. So I found some more of these ketchup packets in the fridge. So got 3 more. Should be able to fill it up. Actually, I found 4 more. These ones feel like they're more full somehow. But maybe that's just because it's cold. Okay, that'll do for now. Time for some fries. Dip it, dip it, dip it, dip it. Interesting to have the cold ketchup on top and the warm on the bottom. That should be a thing. I'm gonna call it the ice cap. Ice cap ketchup. Classic fries. Can't go wrong. I'd probably ruin this nice white tablecloth. Actually, it's not white. It's like a, I don't know, non-white color. It's not even a tablecloth. It's like a rubber mat kind of thing. So it's all good. Actually, surprisingly for how big the Archer Burger was, it wasn't that messy. Not as bad as a Big Mac. Fries are a little bit more crispy today. They're usually soggy by now. I was gonna eat just the burger for this video, but then, because it's so big, so many calories, but then I thought the video would be too short. So for you guys, I made the sacrifice and decided to get the fries as well. See what I do for you guys. See how many sacrifices I make. Yeah, but I don't know if I'll be able to eat anything for the rest of the day. McDonald's should have like a 80s month where they recreate items from the 80s that they don't sell anymore. I think that'd be pretty cool. And all the employees have to dress up like it's the 80s. I like that idea. Alright, almost out of ketchup here. Squirt my last pack in there. Wait, didn't open it good. There we go. As always, if you guys have suggestions on fast food that I could put on Retro's Food Court, let me know in the comments. Always open to suggestions. I should do another KFC video because that one did very well. So maybe an item from KFC I didn't review yet. Last time I reviewed just like the chicken, a few chicken pieces. Maybe like the popcorn chicken or something. Grabbing a few pieces of fries left. All right. All right, guys, now it's time for my ratings and final verdict. For taste, it was really good. I'd give it an 8.5, similar to the Big Mac and Quarter Pounder, but with its own special uniqueness to it. For texture, it was good. 8.5, held together pretty well. It was messy, but not too messy based on its size. Presentation, I give that a 9. Looked really good. And for portion size, I'd give it a 10. The thing is massive. Now, if we factor in price, that's a different story because it was kind of, a lot more expensive than a Big Mac, but it was a lot bigger. Yeah, so overall, I think it's really good. I enjoyed it. Is it worth the price? That's another story, but sometimes you order a Big Mac and it's just not enough. You wish it was a little bigger. Yeah, you could get 2 or double Big Mac, I guess, but it does have a little bit of unique taste. I like the crunch with the onions. What do you call it? The crunchy onions or whatever. Crispy onions, that's it. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I think you should give it a try if you have it in your area. Well, with that being said, I'm going to go take a little 7-hour nap. I feel exhausted after eating all that food. But anyways, I hope you're going to take a nap too because you're so relaxed from this video. And I will see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, Retro here. Welcome back to another Retro's Food Court. And since it's the spooky season, I decided to review 3 limited time new items from Burger King based on the Addams family. So let's check this out. It's going to be a rare triple trial today. But we have the new Wednesday's Whopper, not to be confused with Whopper Wednesdays. We have the new Gomez Churro Fries and the new Morticia's Cookie Chocolate Shake. So we're going to try each one. We're going to review each one. It's going to be awesome. I am starving, but before we get started, let me at least read you the description of each of these items. I'm not going to do the nutritional information for this. It'll just be too much. But for the burger, it says Burger King's new Wednesday's Whopper is inspired by the Addams family and features a 1/4-pound flame-grilled beef patty, melty Swiss cheese, juicy tomatoes, crisp lettuce, crispy mayonnaise, ketchup, crunchy pickles, and sliced white onions on a toasted purple sesame seed bun colored with purple potato. So that's pretty freaky to see a purple Whopper. Can't wait to try it. I really want to taste that purple. For the churro fries, we have Burger King's new Gomez's churro fries are inspired by the Addams family and made from fried crispy pastry dough tossed in cinnamon sugar, served warm with chocolate sauce for a dippable dessert on the go. And finally, we have Burger King's new Morticia's Cookie Chocolate Shake is inspired by the Addams family, made with creamy soft served mixed with chocolate cake, batter, fudge, brownie bits, and topped with black and purple cookie pieces. Okay, guys, I'm starving. I can't wait anymore. I really want to try this burger. Let's take a look first before I demolish it. Check that out. So cool. Just can't get over how cool the purple bun looks. Alright, guys, I'm going in. Oh yeah, it's good. It's juicy, it's dripping everywhere. They had those paper Burger King crowns, but they had the Addams Family version. I asked for one, but they didn't give it to me, so whatever. I guess you could just take them when they're on the counter. I don't know how that works. I'm gonna have some shake. I forgot to get a straw, so I'm just gonna have to have it like this. Let's take a look at that. It smells good. Not bad. I really wish I had a straw to eat this, but what are you gonna do? Alright, let's go back to the burger here, the Whopper. It's falling apart here. Make sure you ask for extra napkins. Don't make my mistake. It definitely tastes different than a regular Whopper, which is good. It's not just a regular Whopper that's purple. I mean, it still tastes like a Whopper, but there is a difference. I wonder how much of that is the potato. I definitely got a potatoey taste when I bit into it. Not in a bad way, but get some more of the shake here. Just tastes like a dessert, to be honest. I prefer when I'm having fast food like this to have like pop or something like that, but it's okay. I actually got pretty lucky today when I went to go buy this. So I happened to be filming this on a Wednesday, and Wednesdays is usually Whopper Wednesdays at Burger King, where you get a discount on Whoppers. I went to go buy this Whopper. It's called Wednesday's Whopper, like the character Wednesday Addams. But I figured he might be confused and think I was asking for the Whopper Wednesday deal, which it turns out he did get confused. So after I paid for it, I'm like, wait, this is the new burger, right? He's like, no, it's not new. I'm like, no, I want the purple one. He's like, oh, yeah. So he gave me the discount on this, even though it doesn't apply to the new Wednesday's Whopper. And not only that, this Whopper is just more expensive than the normal Whopper, so I got the normal Whopper price and the discount, and so that's pretty cool of him. It was really busy in there. I think he just wanted to get rid of me. That's why you always have to verify your order after the fact. That was good. Very satisfying. Okay, I'm gonna go for some more of this milkshake. I'm gonna have to get a spoon for this. I can't get past the cookie crumbled, whatever that is, surface. Hold on a sec, I'll be back. Okay, let's move this over for a second. Okay, there we go. Now I got a spoon. That's pretty thick. Am I supposed to like mix it in there or what? I don't know, bro. I don't know the rules. Yeah, let's mix it in. Seems like the thing to do. Oh yeah, it's better. It's basically like drinking an ice cream. Really good ice cream. It's pretty crunchy for a milkshake. I remember as a kid being kind of fascinated by milkshakes, although I can't really remember. I know I've had them a few times, but I don't remember really having them. I definitely did not have milkshakes like this back in my day, but it's very good. But for me, it's more like a dessert than a drink. But I'll set that aside for now. Alright, now we got our churros here. Let's take a look. Gomez's churros to be accurate. It smells so good. Okay, I'm gonna take a bite. That's really good. Surprisingly good. Didn't know if Burger King could pull it off, but they did it. All that chocolate. To be honest, I barely taste the chocolate because it has so much flavor already. To be honest, I haven't had churros that many times in my life, so I can't really compare it to too much. I'm sure purists will be like, it's garbage, it's not what it's supposed to taste like, but it tastes damn good to me. Right, we just got this little bit of chocolate left, so cheers. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. Maybe later. All right, have a bit more of this milkshake. Okay, now it's time to rate these suckers. So we'll start off with the Wednesday's Whopper. For taste, tasted amazing. I'd give it a 9. It's recognizable as a Whopper, but it tastes different in a good way. So that's good. It was very good. The texture, 9. Presentation, I'm tempted to give it a 10. Okay, 9.5. Just seeing that purple bun was just like so cool. Portion size, it's a Whopper. So if I factor in the price, it was kind of expensive. So, I mean, I got lucky with the price, but I'll say 8. And yeah, I definitely recommend giving it a try if you have it in your area. If you're willing to spend an extra $1 or $2 or whatever it is. As far as the Gomez's churro fries, amazing. I'd give them, for taste, I'm tempted to say 9.5. I don't know what it is, the crunchiness of it, and just those a flavor explosion. Maybe I'm just in a very generous mood right now, but yeah, 9.5 for taste. Texture, amazing, 9.5, nice and crunchy. Presentation, 8. I don't know what they're supposed to look like. I mean, that's what they look like as far as I'm concerned, but and portion size, maybe they're a little bit small from what I know, so maybe 7. But once again, highly recommend them. As far as the shake is concerned, for taste, if it was a dessert, I would be like, okay, yeah, that's good for a dessert, maybe 8 or 9. But this was more like, it's supposed to be a drink. And the thickness of it, maybe I'm just not a milkshake guy, but I wouldn't buy this as a drink again. So maybe 6 for taste. Texture, again, as a drink, is too thick and goopy for me. I'd give that a 5. Presentation looks really good. I'd give that a 9. Looks really cool. And that's quite a bit in terms of portion size. You get quite a bit in there, so that I would give it a 9 as well. I wouldn't recommend it as a drink. It's just my opinion. If you're more of a milkshake person, you might like it a lot more than I did. So there you have it. Pretty interesting new limited time items at Burger King. Perfect for the spooky Halloween season. If you got it in your area, I say give it a shot. That being said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, welcome back to ASMR Retro. Today I'll be reviewing the Big Crunch sandwich from KFC. I'll also be having some Pepsi and the macaroni salad. Now let's start off with a description of the Big Crunch sandwich. According to their website, it says, "Our Big Crunch sandwich filled with a crispy seasoned chicken breast and topped with lettuce and mayo." Pretty brief description. Actually, most of the KFC descriptions are pretty short and to the point, but that's okay. Now here's some nutritional information. It has 620 calories, 34 grams of fat, 45 milligrams of cholesterol, 1,100 milligrams of sodium, 57 grams of carbohydrates, 3 grams of fiber, 5 grams of sugar, and 25 grams of protein. Alright, so there it is. That's all the information I'm going to give at the moment. Let's take a look at this thing. Looks pretty good. It's a nice big chunk of chicken. It's not like, processed into the shape of a patty, so that's good. Alright, guys, I'm hungry. I'm going for a bite. Hopefully it's as crunchy as the name suggests. Okay, it was crunchy. I don't know if it was a big crunch necessarily. Yeah, I got like no crunch in that second bite. I'm going for some Pepsi here. Yeah, she kind of screwed up my order. I asked for the macaroni like just for later, but I was meant to eat fries with this video, but she didn't give me the fries, so I gotta check my bill to make sure I didn't pay for that. Oh, and their soda fountain wasn't working, so they just gave me a can. Oh well. Tastes like a pretty basic chicken sandwich. Nothing really to write home about, in my opinion. Here's some of that fizzing. As always, I'm open to suggestions. Last month, somebody suggested the chicken Big Mac, and I wanted to do that, but I guess they don't have it here anymore. I'm pretty sure they had it recently, but so I was gonna do something else from McDonald's, but I'm like, okay, I just did Burger King, and before that, I did McDonald's, and I want to do something other than a regular burger, but chicken burger, I guess, is kind of different. The last bite. it's time to dig into the macaroni salad. As you can tell, I already had some. I'm a sucker for this stuff. There's just something about it. I mean, I understand why people think it's gross, or some people do anyway, but can't help myself. I remember going with my family to the beach a lot, and we'd always get KFC, including the macaroni, of course. Good times. I may have told this story last time I did a KFC video, but I remember one time driving home from the mall with my parents, obviously, and my dad picked up KFC on the way home, and me and my brother couldn't resist, like we wanted it so bad, and we snuck a little bit of the macaroni salad without them noticing, and that's definitely something they would not have approved of, so we're taking a risk there. I mean, we wouldn't have got grounded or nothing, but you know. It's easier to use a spoon with this. It's probably going to be a short video, looks like. I don't think I'm going to finish all of this macaroni now. But it is good. Okay guys, I think I'm ready to give my review on my ratings. For taste, I would give it a 6. It was fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's just a basic chicken burger. I mean, if that's what you're going for, fine, but I was expecting more taste, more sauce, something. It was just very basic. For texture, I was disappointed because it's called the Big Crunch. You expect it to be crunchy, and it wasn't really that crunchy, to be honest. Maybe it sounded crunchier on your end, I don't know. But so for texture, I would give it a 5. For presentation, looked okay. Nothing wrong with it. Again, looked very basic, so I give that a 7. And the portion, again, it's called the Big Crunch, so you would expect it to be either big sized or big and crunch, and it was neither. So for portion, I'd give it a 6, I guess. I wouldn't really recommend it. Again, if you just want like a really basic chicken sandwich, it's fine. But it didn't have anything distinctive about it, especially because, you know, KFC chicken has that distinctive KFC taste. But if someone just put this down in front of you and you ate it, didn't know where it came from, you probably would have no idea if it was KFC or not. That's my guess. So yeah, I can't really recommend it, but again, if you want a basic chicken sandwich and you're there, sure, why not? But the macaroni salad is good as always. Alright guys, there's my video. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you found it relaxing. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, Judge Retro here. Today I'm going to review the turkey breast sub from Subway. It's the footlong turkey breast sub. And this is actually the first time I'm doing Subway on this channel, and the first sub in general I've had on this channel. I'm also going to have 2 cookies, double chocolate, and a red velvet. And I'm going to drink some orange crush pop. Now here's the description of the turkey breast sub on their website. It says, simple yet always bursting with flavor. Dive into your deli-style turkey breast sandwich made with turkey raised on Canadian farms and topped with your favorite veggies, freshly sliced in restaurant. Alright, now in terms of how I customized the sub, I asked for the toasted multigrain. Now this does not look like it's toasted. It kind of does, like it looks kind of brown there. And it's definitely not multigrain. Doesn't look like it anyways. And I even tipped them too beforehand, so I guess, I don't know. But anyways, it is what it is. Toppings are processed cheddar, lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, green peppers, crispy onions, pickles, black olives, and banana peppers. For sauce, I asked for extra smoky honey mustard, and I asked them to add pepper as well. Let's see if they actually did that. And now for the nutritional value, this is just from their website, just purely based on, I guess, like it doesn't include the toppings. It might include like lettuce and tomato, I'm not sure, but for what it's worth, it has 560 calories, 10 grams of fat, 60 milligrams of cholesterol, 1,740 milligrams of sodium. Is that right? Sounds like a lot. 86 grams of carbs, 10 grams of fiber, 14 grams of sugar, and 38 grams of protein. Now I know with all the toppings and stuff, plus the cookies and the pop, I'm probably at least at 1,500 calories right there, so I'm not going to eat very much for the rest of the day, but there it is. Alright guys, I'm going to go for some food here. Obviously, that's what I'm here for. You could take a look at that side view. Looks nothing like the picture, I know, but a decent amount of turkey breast deli in there. Give it a sniff. Oh yeah. Alright guys, I'm digging in. Grab a little sip here. I put the straw in a bit too tight. There we go. Yeah, so growing up, I don't even remember there being Subways around. In Canada here we have Mr. Sub, and they were pretty common. They seem to be much less common nowadays, and Subways are everywhere. I probably didn't have Subway for the first time probably till I was like 20 or something like that. Actually, maybe later than that. But regarding the bread, here's a little tip. If you order Subway online through Uber Eats or whatever for delivery or for pickup unless you inspect it, don't bother asking for toasted bread because they will never, ever, ever toast it. That's my experience. I've been to I ordered from multiple different Subways through Uber Eats or whatever, and they just never do it. There's an option, toasted bread or no. I click yes, they just never do it. And in this case, it looks like they gave me the wrong bread. It might be slightly toasted. I'm not sure. Now I know if I complain, I could probably get some compensation, but I don't really like doing that. Like, not a free sub or anything. But yeah, some people I know are very talented at doing that kind of thing. I just don't have that ability. And I got the turkey sub because, you know, it's kind of the holiday season. I know, not Halloween, but American Thanksgiving just passed. Christmas is coming up. Turkey is a common thing, so I thought it was a good choice. I usually put like honey mustard and mayonnaise on my subs. But then looking at the calorie information, I'm like, geez, I don't know. So just honey mustard this time. But I did ask them to put a little less, or a little more rather. But it has far less calories than mayonnaise. So I'm curious, what are some of your guys' favorite subs? Whether it's Subway or anywhere. I don't have a particular favorite. They're all good to me. Now they have this thing there, like looks like a little hamburger or something. Gotta try that. Like a slider maybe, I don't know. And the foot-long cookie, which is just a long cookie. I don't need that much cookie. Why would you want a foot-long cookie? You're just gonna have to cut it anyway. Just get the individually cut cookies, so to speak. Pre-cut. Not really cut, but you know what I mean. I'm missing the minis though. I know I told him not to put it, but yes, it feels like I need something a little more. Alright, we start on the second half here. Yeah, you genuinely get a lot of food with Subway. And I know it can be expensive based on how you customize it and stuff, but considering how much food you get, it's actually not bad. There's so many other sub places around, like smaller chains, that I want to give a try. If you guys can suggest anything. Because I have to broaden my horizons. A true artiste always strives to expand their palate, their flavor palette. Yeah, I would definitely not have to eat for a long time after this. I'm actually surprised it's usually a lot more messy than this, which makes me think they didn't put extra sauce on it, but I don't know. Can't say for sure, but it's usually a massacre by now. It's nice to have a bit of a different drink this time. I got Orange Crush, which I rarely get. My favorite pop is Sprite, but didn't have that there. Yeah, they had 7-Up, but that's not the same thing at all. So I thought I'd try something different, get some vitamin C in my diet, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, this is hitting the spot. Thankfully I was had a pretty empty stomach when I started this video. It's a nice change from always having burgers and stuff. And once again, as always, if you guys have any suggestions, yeah, somebody suggested Subway, by the way, recently, and I was thinking about it for a long time and just never got to it. And I blame Burger King because they're always coming out with these new, interesting, limited time burgers. I'm like, I gotta try this. I gotta try this. Damn Burger King. This is definitely good nap food. I definitely feel like taking a nap after this. It's almost better than ASMR to help me sleep. Okay. I feel like I accomplished something. All right, let's have some of this red velvet. Velvety. So good. What's not a good combination? Cookies and Orange Crush. All right, let's try this double chocolate with one nut in it, or two. The other one was good, but can't go wrong with chocolate. Okay guys, I am stuffed, but it's time for my ratings and final verdict. So for taste, I was kind of disappointed. I love subs. I was ready to give it, I was expecting to give it an 8 or a 9. Maybe it's because the way I customized it, or I didn't put the mayonnaise on it. I give it a 7 at best, and I think that's being a little bit generous. But that's because I know I've had great subs in the past. For whatever reason, this one didn't connect with me that much today. Yeah, I'll just leave it at a 7. For texture, it was fine. Disappointing because it wasn't toasted. At least I don't think it was. Maybe it was a little toasted because it was kind of brittle, but a little disappointing in that front, so I'll give it a 6. For presentation, just looked like a regular sub, I guess. So that's a 7. And for portion, I give it a 10. Like I said, you get a lot of food with Subway. I might have said Mr. Sub a few times throughout this video. I meant to say Subway. You get a lot of food, and again, it could be kind of expensive, but again, looking at how much food you're actually getting, I think it's pretty good. So I give that a 10. And my final verdict is you can't really go wrong with the sub, unless they like really mess it up. But it's a quick and easy and pretty decent lunch compared to, say a Big Mac or anything like that. And not to say that it's healthy either. I mean, looking at these numbers here, but again, based on how much food there is there, what do you expect? All right, so that wraps up my video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you found it relaxing, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, Retro here. Today I'm going to review Kraft mac and cheese. Usually Retro's food court is reserved for fast food, but I think I want to start branching out into pretty much any food, junk food, chips, cookies, whatever. So I thought that Kraft dinner or Kraft mac and cheese would be a good way to start. Speaking of which, one thing I realized, so here in Canada, we call it Kraft dinner or KD. I actually have the box here. I don't know if you could see that. And, but in America, I just realized they call it Kraft mac and cheese. So if you're hearing me calling it Kraft dinner or KD, now you know. And also this is the original flavor, because I know they have a whole bunch of other flavors. But I'll start off with the description of Kraft mac and cheese on the website. This is the Canadian version of the website. Kraft Dinner Original Macaroni and Cheese combines classic KD cheese with yummy noodles for a deliciously creamy snack or a classic meal side. When you see the familiar cheesy KD on the package, you know this macaroni and cheese classic is sure to put a smile on your family's face. With her iconic cheesy flavor, Kraft Dinner Original Macaroni and Cheese is the taste you know and love, with no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Ideal for busy evenings, lunch, and snacking. Kraft Dinner Mac and Cheese is a family favorite that takes only minutes to prepare. Serve on its own or as a side dish or as part of a recipe. It's Canada's #1 mac and cheese brand. That was a lot of verbiage, but okay, now quickly some nutritional information. So for 1 cup, it's 360 calories, 2.5 grams of fat, 10 milligrams of cholesterol, 560 milligrams of sodium, 61 grams of carbs, 2 grams of fiber, 11 grams of sugar, and 11 grams of protein. All right, let's take a look here. Definitely has a sound. Let's see if I can do a bit of a zoom in here. Bit of a close up. Okay, let's give it a try. So this isn't my first time having it, but actually I never grew up with Kraft mac and cheese. I don't think I've ever tried it as a kid. I was always like fascinated by it because I'd see it, the commercials, and I think even Home Alone. I don't know if Kevin was eating, if he specifically said Kraft mac and cheese, but he was eating mac and cheese. But yeah, I never really had it as a kid. If I did, it would be like a homemade type of thing. And then, well, I'll take a bite and then I'll tell you. The first time I made it for myself as an adult, I'm like, this can't be right. Maybe I screwed something up. It's gotta taste better than this. And I think I was partially biased because I've said this before, but the KFC macaroni salad or pasta salad, whatever they call it. I was a big fan of that, and I still am. And I guess I know it's not the same thing as mac and cheese, but for some reason I expected it to taste more like that. Maybe that's why I was disappointed. But anyways, years later, I did make it again, and I'm pretty sure I followed the instructions correctly, and I still didn't like it all that much, so you pretty much know how I'm going to rate this, but you never know. You never know. It is very easy to make, though. I'll give it that. It makes a good, it's the good thing about it is that not only that it's easy to make, but it's easy to make it taste much better if you add stuff to it. Eating it just on its own, maybe not the best thing. But with a few additions, some chili flakes or hot sauce or whatever you like to put on it, bacon bits or something, you make it pretty good. Oops. I probably should have used a spoon for this. I'm gonna have to switch. And speaking of the name, I was saying how it's here in Canada, it's Kraft Dinner. In the States, it's Kraft Mac and Cheese. So I'm curious about other parts of the world. I'm wondering if other countries even have it. I don't know. But if you do have this in your country, let me know. I'm curious to know what it's called in your countries. As always, I'm open to suggestions for different kinds of food, whether it's fast food or snack, junk food or whatever. So I went to the store before to buy the mac and cheese. I come home, I'm all ready to go, I'm ready to start cooking it. And then I realize it says on the box, made with cauliflower. So I bought the wrong version. Apparently there's one made with cauliflower, which is fine, but for the first time reviewing a mac and cheese, I want to do like the original, not any different version of it or whatever. I was pretty upset. I didn't want to drive back to the grocery store. You know, it's not that far, but I didn't want to get in my car again and blah, blah, blah. So I just walked across the street to a convenience store, and luckily they had, I was looking all around, I'm like, oh, there's no way they have it. There's no way. I was about to just give up and walk out, but then boom, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. There's only 2 left, so I got lucky on that one. Maybe I'll do the cauliflower one if you really want me to. I'll eat it eventually. Would also be interested in hearing your Kraft mac and cheese recipes, how to make it better, what to add. And I made it on the stovetop, not the microwave. That matters. I do have to admit, after I made it, before this video, I'm tasting it and I'm like, something's not right. And then I realized, oh, the margarine, I forgot to put it in. So I put it in kind of late. It was still warm enough to melt, thankfully, but hopefully that didn't mess up the flavor, and I don't think it did. It tastes just how I remember it tasting. All right, now because I'm such an amazing cook, a chef is really what I am, a 5 Michelin star chef or whatever they call it. I'm gonna spruce it up a bit. We have this sriracha hot sauce. Gonna put some of it on there. I'm not sure how much I want to put. Let's just put a bit on there and see how that helps. Ooh, I can smell it from here. It's gonna be spicy. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Can you hear it sizzle? Obviously, it gives it a spicy kick, but it also gives it some tanginess that I think it's missing. One thing about Kraft dinner is that it tastes very salty, which I don't really mind salty food, but I don't know, this is like, there has to be, it doesn't have enough flavor to justify the amount of salt, let's put it that way. You know, I love chips and stuff like that, and that's obviously very salty, but I don't know, I just don't expect mac and cheese to be this salty. But it is what it is. I don't think anybody's expecting gourmet mac and cheese when they reach for Kraft. Oh, I'm making a mess. What other mac and cheese brands do you like? I can try some of those, whether it's for a video or not. Alright, I'm gonna leave that a little bit there because the fork keeps scraping the bowl and it makes a very non-pleasant sound, but I think I'm ready for my ratings. So for taste, I don't know, I can't give it more than a 5, and that might be a little bit generous, but yeah, I'll just settle with a 5. For texture is fine. It's the texture is what mac and cheese should be, so I don't know, I give that a 7.5. Presentation, yeah. I mean, again, it looks like what it's supposed to look like. For some reason, I always envision the noodles being bigger than they are, but I don't know. I'll give that a 7. Portion is pretty good for the price. I'd give that an 8. Oh, and one more thing about the taste is it's very salty. That's another negative on the taste side of things, so on its own, I don't recommend it if you're just going to eat it like that. If you're going to add stuff to it, then yeah, it's a good quick start to a meal. So there you have it. There's my review of Kraft mac and cheese or Kraft dinner or KD or whatever you call it. I hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you found it relaxing, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, Retro here. Today I'm going to review this new limited time item from McDonald's. It's called the Smoky Quarter Papi, and it's part of their Showdown limited time menu. It's hockey themed items, and there's 2 hockey players as part of the advertising campaign. I'm not sure who these players are. I haven't watched hockey in years, but it's Austin Matthews and Connor McDavid. So they're part of the advertising. It doesn't even say on the website what team they're part of, and it doesn't even say NHL. I guess that would be more licensing involved in that. But yeah, as part of this limited menu line, they have, let's see, the Big Mac David, which is basically a double Big Mac. The Smoky Quarter Papi, which is a smoky BBQ quarter pounder, which is this. They have a Spicy Junior Chirpy, which is a spicy buffalo junior chicken, and the Hat Trick that's the list of items in this limited time menu. And I'm assuming this is available in Canada only, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, like I said, we're doing the Smoky Quarter Papi, and usually I'll review also, like, not review, but usually I'll eat fries and pop or something like that as well. But I'm trying something a little bit different for this one. I'm just going to be eating this burger. Oh yeah, and I'm also going to whisper in this video. Usually I'll do soft-spoken in these food court review videos, but again, just trying something a little bit different. Okay, now I'm going to read the description of this item from the McDonald's website. It says a 100% Canadian quarter-pound beef patty topped with smoky barbecue sauce, hickory, smoked bacon strips, crispy onions, pickles, and 2 slices of processed cheese, served on a toasted sesame seed bun. A powerhouse of flavor that brings the same fire as number 34 on game day. Now, I don't know why it's called a Papi. I'm guessing that it's his nickname or something like that. I don't know, bro. Or maybe his dad made it. I don't know. Just some very brief nutritional information. The Papi, whatever it's called, what's it called? The Papi, the Smoky Quarter Papi, is 630 calories, 34 grams of fat, 100 milligrams of cholesterol, 1,420 milligrams of sodium, I should say, carbohydrates, 46 grams, 2 grams of fiber, 10 grams of sugar, and 34 grams of protein. So not the healthiest thing on the menu, that's for sure. And part of the reason I was also going to do the Power Play Poutine, but man, the nutritional information was just crazy. It's like 950 calories for the smaller sized one. Yeah, it's just, and the sodium was like off the charts. I'm like, I don't know about that. And the large Poutine one was literally 1900 calories, so that's like pretty much all your day's calories for an adult meal, so that's a little bit much. But anyway, there you have it. There you have the background information. So let's take a look at this burger a little closer up. I have to say, from a presentation perspective, I'm pretty impressed. It looks quite similar, or similar enough to the, I mean, it never quite looks like it does in the advertising, but it looks kind of similar, just smaller. Whereas usually it doesn't even look the same. It's always smaller, but it usually looks completely different. But anyway, let's give it a bit of a sniff test. It smells like a burger. Let's see how it sounds when I touch it. Okay, anyway, you get the idea. Now let's count the sesame seed buns, or the sesame seeds. 1, 2, 3. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do that. Did enough counting on my last video. Alright, nothing left to do but to bite, to dig into, you know, whatever. Bon appetit. Pretty good. Pretty good. You could taste the hickory smoked bacon for sure. And what else is on here? Yeah, the smoky barbecue sauce. Really, it's the first thing I tasted. Hit me over the head. One thing I'm noticing is that it's very salty, which is to be expected with McDonald's, but yeah, the flavor of salt is like really hitting me over the head. A little bit too much, and I love salty stuff. Take another look with the, yeah, quite a bit of sauce on there, which I like. Kind of tastes like the McRib sauce. Kind of. It's gonna be a very short video. I'm demolishing this thing. Yeah, I could already see that. This is not going to fill me up, but it'll definitely fill up my caloric intake and my sodium levels and all that stuff. Like, I would need 2 of these to fill me up, or this with fries. It's my own fault for not getting them, I guess, but... I kind of want to stay alive long enough to see my next birthday, so I gotta cut down just a little bit. Alright, I guess that's it. I went through that pretty quick. But now it's time for my ratings and final verdict. For taste, I have to admit it was pretty tasty. Although it was way too salty for my taste. But yeah, it was tasty. Lots of barbecue sauce, which I like. You really got that smoky, hickory flavor. But yeah, I guess the salt is just my biggest concern with this one. So yeah, for taste, I'd give it a 7. For texture, I'd give it an 8. It was fine. It was good. I mean, yeah, I can't really complain there. The presentation was really good. It looked good. It looked kind of similar to the picture. Not really, but better than most food items look compared to their picture from McDonald's. So I give that a 9. And here's my biggest complaint is the portion size. I would give a 4 because it was, for that price that it was way too small in my opinion. You know, I'm not going to tell you the price because it really depends on where you live and which currency and blah blah blah, but based on what I paid and the amount of food, I felt like I was kind of disappointed. So because of the, I guess, the portion size and the massive amount of salt in it, that I'll be like, I don't think I'll ever get it again. I would consider it if it was bigger or cheaper or whatever, but as it stands, I probably wouldn't get it again, but it might be worth a try at least once. In my opinion, it's better than the McRib, which I really didn't like. I did review it. Now if you go back and compare, maybe I rated that higher. I don't know. These ratings aren't, you know, accurate between video. I change the way I read things in my mind or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, as it stands right now, I'd probably rather have another one of these than another McRib, if that means anything to you at all. So there you go. There's my final verdict for the, what the hell is this thing called? The Smoky Quarter Papi. That's a pretty stupid name. That's another reason it loses a point for me, but yeah, there it is. If anyone out there has tried it or tried a similar item from McDonald's, let me know. Let me know what you think. And as always, you can suggest something for me to rate on an upcoming food court video. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you found it relaxing. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, Retro here. Welcome to another Retro's Food Court. And do I have a case for you guys today? This is the Campbell's Chunky Ghost Pepper Chicken Noodle Soup. It's a mouthful, I know, but let's check out the can right here for a second. Look how cool that is. Such a cool can design. It's probably half the reason I bought it. But yeah, I saw it at the grocery store. I'm like, I gotta try this. I'm a little nervous. I'm not the greatest with spicy food. I'm not exactly sure how spicy it is. I mean, the can says it's red. See the little meter here? You know, it's an official meter of... No, I'm kidding. But anyway, I also have a cup of water here with some ice. It's mostly melted. Piece of bread just in case I need it to not die. All right, let's before we get started, let me read you the description of this product. It says, Campbell's Chunky Ghost Pepper Chicken Noodle Soup isn't just tasty, it's made to spice up your life. With spicy and bold flavors, this spicy take on a comfort food classic is capable of fueling even the heartiest appetite. This fiery, ready-to-eat chicken soup is crafted with big pieces of chicken meat, red peppers, vegetables, enriched egg noodles, and sizzling broth seasoned with ghost pepper and chili pepper extracts. Each can contains 16 grams of protein. Alright, let's look at some of the nutritional facts. This is for 1 cup, 250 milliliters. The whole can is 510 milliliters. And this isn't the whole can. It's almost there, but not quite. Yeah, but anyway, for 1 cup, it's 130 calories, 3.5 grams of fat, 280 milligrams of cholesterol. Sodium is 830 milligrams, which is quite a bit for just 1 cup. Carbs is, well, I think, anyway, I'm not a nutritionist, but I think it's a pretty safe bet. Carbs is 46 grams, 2 grams of fiber, 2 grams of sugar, and 8 grams of protein. All right, there's your info. Let's take a look at this. Looks pretty good, pretty chunky. All right, let's take a sniff here. I'm not gonna put too much on the spoon at once. Let's take a look here. Let's take a smell. Smells good. I can smell the spice. All right, I'm going for it, guys. Wish me luck. That is hot. That is hot. Ooh, oh boy, that's gonna be a challenge. That's hot. I don't know if I'm gonna get through this one, guys. Ooh, I'm gonna need some bread here. Maybe dipping bread in it will help. It's the broth that's the spiciest. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that helps. Oh, that's much better. I might have to make a few more slices of toast here. Get some water. Oh, I'm sweating already, guys. You know, there's like different types of spiciness where like sometimes it attacks your lips or your tongue or whatever. This one, I feel it in my throat. It's making me want to cough. But the bread does help a lot, so I'll absorb as much of the broth as I can with the bread. Let me go for a couple of noodles, some chicken chunks. Try it with minimal broth. Oh yeah, that's better. Whew. I do like spicy stuff to a certain degree. You know, I like things with a little kick, but I know it's all subjective. But like the stuff that makes you sweat or whatever, it's fun. But in terms of like enjoying a meal, it's not for me. Oh, now my nose is running. That's just great. So it is a challenge for sure. Try some more bread here. This might be one of the few times on food court that I can't finish what I'm eating. But I'll try my best for you guys. Grab some more noodles here, some more chicken. Yeah, on the can it says a limited edition, but on the pictures I seen online, let me show you. See here in these yellow things says limited edition, but online the pictures I see here, most of them says new. So I don't know if in some areas some countries it's a new permanent thing. I don't know. Okay, a little more water here. And I've done the Hot Ones challenge, if you know that show on the First We Feast channel. I love that show. But actually, a friend of mine got the kit, all 12 sauces, and I did it on the channel for my, what was it, 10,000 subscriber maybe? That was brutal. That was way worse than this. This is like a level 4, maybe 5 sauce at best. But yeah, those ones on Hot Ones, those sauces like burn your mouth, your tongue, your nose, like everything. You're just, it's hell. I don't know how people do that. Don't know. It's brutal. Okay. Well, this video is going to require heavy editing because I'm blowing my nose and clearing my throat. So you don't want to hear that, I'm pretty sure. Okay. It's pretty rough. I should have got some ice cream before I did this. Although I have some yogurt in the fridge. Maybe that'll help, but I'll be okay. There's a YouTuber, Just Food Reviews. He reviews food, obviously. And he reviewed this, and I think he said he was disappointed because it wasn't that spicy. Now, I know he likes spicy food, but my goodness. Oh, boy. This is probably like the spiciest that they're legally allowed to sell in a grocery store. I don't know, making that up. Sheesh. I'm not much of a soup guy in general, but I do like it, you know, from time to time, or when I'm sick, especially, you know, have chicken noodle soup. But I wouldn't, normally I wouldn't recommend this if you're sick, but if your nose is like really stuffed up, this will clear it, at least for a while. But it'll probably dehydrate you too, so it's not a good idea. Not recommended, probably. All right, drain some more broth there. Okay. Get some more. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this. Definitely not the broth. I'll eat as much of the noodles and chicken as I can. Okay. So as always, I'm curious if you guys have this where you live. Have you tried it? Do you like it? I think it'll mostly depend on your how much you like spicy stuff. And how much you can handle. I wouldn't be surprised if this video is like 5 minutes after I edit it, because a lot of nose blowing and whatnot. It's okay. I'll have a few more bites here, and I think I'll dismiss the case. No, you know what I mean. Finish the video. Rest of my case. That's what I was looking for. I remember on The Simpsons, Lionel Hutz, I don't know if he did his like opening statement or whatever, and then he's like, I think it's like, case closed. No, he's like, I rest my case, and then the judge is like, you rest your case? He's like, what? No, I thought that was a figure of speech. He's like, case closed. That's funny. Good times, good memories. Alright, that's about as much as I could take right now. So let's go on to the ratings here and the final verdict. For taste, it's not really my thing. I know it's very subjective. I want to give it a 5 because I would never, ever get this again. But I know if you like spicy things, you'll probably like this. It is very salty though, but that's to be expected with canned soup. So maybe I would say a 7 in that case if you like spicy stuff, but I'll average it out to 6. I think that's fair. The texture is really good, you know. It has like those big, as the title suggests, chunky pieces of, well, not that chunky, but has, you know, a fair bit of chicken and the noodles in there. You get that chunky feel. So I wish it was a little thicker. I don't know why. Maybe I'm thinking of chili. I don't know. So for texture, I'd give it a 8. Presentation, well, I guess these are kind of the same thing. It looks fine. I'll give that an 8. Portion, well, considering how spicy it is, yeah, that's hard to finish the whole thing for me. If it was like regular soup, yeah, I'd say it's pretty good. Give it an 8. And so overall, I say it was an interesting experience. I feel like very spicy stuff, in my opinion. I'd say give it a try. If you're feeling adventurous and want to challenge yourself, give it a try as well. Otherwise, steer clear of this completely. Alright, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it relaxing. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, it's Retro here. Today I'm going to review classic chicken teriyaki from Teriyaki Experience. They have like Japanese style food, mostly teriyaki. I guess that's their specialty. I believe this exists in the States as well as Canada. I'm not sure about other parts of the world. But yeah, I've had this before many times, but it's been a long time since I've had this, so I'm looking forward to this. Let me read you some info. Okay, a classic favorite, savor perfectly seasoned chicken atop steamed rice mixed with a delicious blend of vegetables, all brought together with our famous teriyaki sauce. And here's some nutritional info. It's 640 calories, 6 grams of fat, 109 milligrams of cholesterol, 2,410 milligrams of sodium, 109 grams of carbs, 6 grams of fiber, 29 grams of sugar, and 41 grams of protein. This would almost be a healthy alternative. I mean, in a lot of ways, it's much healthier than McDonald's or whatever, but there is a lot of sodium, unfortunately, which, yeah, it's quite a bit. That kind of makes it not healthy, but otherwise it would actually be not too bad. So, but anyway, so there's a little bit of background, and I'm just gonna dig in because I'm starving. Oh, of course, I keep forgetting to give you guys a little close look. I'll just grab some chicken. So there's chicken and veggies and teriyaki sauce, obviously, and rice. Oh, this fork sucks. Yeah, that's good. It's been so long. Yeah, I might have to get a metal fork here. This fork is a joke. Very crunchy broccoli. I'll be drinking some water off the side here. The cool thing about this place is that they make the food in front of you, but not like Subway where the chicken's already cooked and they just slop it on, but like they actually cook the chicken in front of you. That's cool. I like that. Only problem is you get nice and hungry when you're watching them do that, but that's okay. Build your appetite. I sat down, was about to record this video. I had everything set up nice and perfect. About to record, and then I guess the cleaning crew in the hallway started their vacuum. So I'm like, no, because I didn't want it to get cold. But thankfully they're pretty quick, so it's not cold. Not completely anyway. Yeah, and I like switching it up. Sometimes you get tired of burgers and fries and subs and pizza. Something a little different. Well, the sign is misleading because on the, not the sign, but like outside on the thing it said made in Japan. So I'm like, is it? Do they make it and then fly it over as soon as you order it? But I know what they mean. I wouldn't normally use chopsticks for this, but it gets a little messy, especially with the rice, because I'm not that good at it. Like, I can get by with pretty much everything else, but with the rice, it's gonna fall everywhere. Those are just the hazards of being a ASMR person, I guess. See, I dropped some rice anyway. It's quite a bit of food. I mean, yeah, it was a little bit expensive, but I remember, like, I used to go here maybe 10 years ago quite often. And the prices really haven't gone up that much, it seems, not compared to, like, other fast food places. Especially for how much food you get. I mean, yeah, it's mostly rice and veggies, but still. Should have got some soy sauce with it or something. I mean, yeah, they put the teriyaki sauce on top, but it didn't penetrate all the way through. The rice is a bit dry. So as always, I ask, what do you guys think of chicken teriyaki experience specifically? Do you have it in your area? Have you tried it? Do you like it? It definitely tastes healthier than the alternatives. But again, that sodium's a killer. Doesn't even taste that salty, but I know from experience that, like, after I eat this, after an hour or something, I'll be super thirsty. Alright, I'm going to spice it up a little bit with some sriracha. Not too much. Let's try that. Let's mix it up a bit. Not sure if that was enough, but I don't want it to be too spicy. Just a little kick, you know what I mean? Yeah, that'll do. Some people, when they eat this kind of thing, they'll just mix everything all together. Instead of like how I did, I just kind of went from the top to the bottom. I don't know why I do it that way, I just do. I'm not sure how you're supposed to do it, but there's no right or wrong way to eat, you know what I mean? Just gotta eat how you eat. I like the container it comes into. I'll show you when I'm done or else the food's gonna fall out, but they used to give you like those plastic, black plastic containers with the lid there, but those are pretty generic. I guess everything's moving away from plastic these days. But I like the design they put on the outside. That was a big bite. What a mess. It's okay. Oh, these napkins they give you, it's like tissue paper, but it does sound good, I think. What do you think? I know some people like that sound. All right, here's the design on the container. Pretty cool. I like it. I read it really pops out. All right, so I finished my meal, and now I'll give you some of my ratings and my final verdict. For taste, I would say pretty good. I would say maybe like a 7. It's enjoyable. It doesn't make my taste buds explode or whatever like other fast food, like super greasy fast food, but it is very good. Tastes more healthy, I guess. Again, except for the saltiness factor. For texture, I would say it was good. I felt the chicken was a little bit dry. So I don't know if it goes in the texture category or the taste category, but it did feel a little dry. Now I've had it, like I said, many times before, and usually it's not dry, but it was a little dry this time. So I don't know, texture, 6. For presentation, it looks good. Again, especially in the little container that they give you, so I'll give that a 9. And portion, I think it's quite a bit of food. Pretty impressive. I'll give that a 9 as well. I always feel nice and full and satisfied. I don't know if that's the MSG or whatever they put in there supposedly does that. I don't know, bro. Or maybe that makes you thirsty, so that you drink more, so they buy more drinks when you... Anyway, I don't know. So overall, it's very enjoyable. It's a nice change from the, greasy burgers and stuff like that. And you can eat this more often without feeling gross. Like you can't, well, me personally, anyway, if I have McDonald's too often, it's more disgusting. And I'm not just picking on McDonald's. I like pretty much any burger place these days, but, yeah, it's pretty good. I recommend it. If you have one around you, go check it out if you haven't checked it out. All right, so there's my video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it relaxing, and I hope you're hungry and you'll go eat something. With that being said, I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, welcome to a very special episode of Retro's Food Court. I'm very excited about this one. I can't believe I finally made it, but this is a realization of a lifelong dream and the culmination of years and years of hard work, blood, sweat, tears, all that stuff. And I can't wait to share this moment with you, so let me just get right out there and say it. Yes, I opened my own restaurant. I call it Retro's. As long as I can remember, I've always wanted to own my own restaurant, and on March 25th, 2025, I finally made it happen. We had the grand opening in Beaverton, Canada, and it was just incredible. I felt like the entire town showed up to support us. Friends, family, even the local media over there. Man, my head is like still spinning from the excitement. It was a huge success, and I have so much to tell you about the entire experience and my long journey, but I think I'll save that for another video. Now we have an extensive menu, but for this video, I want to focus on our signature item. So without any further delay, let me introduce to you the Retro Burger. Now, obviously I have a bit of a bias here, but I'll be reviewing this as honestly as I possibly can. I'll also be eating some Tingle fries, as you can see here. I'll be drinking some Retro Zero Cola. And of course, as always, I have my shot glass full of ketchup. And of course, each meal comes with a nostalgic item. So I got some toys here. We'll be checking that out later. So, oh yeah, I almost forgot. Here's the write-up in the local newspaper about the grand opening. Maybe if I have some time near the end of the video, I'll read that for you guys. All right, before I dig in, let me give you some information about the Retro Burger. Here's the description. It says, made with real 100% Canadian beef mostly, fresh lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, and secret retro sauce aged to perfection. Experience the true taste of nostalgia. And here are some of the nutritional stats. It has 1,251 calories, 47 grams of fat, 430 milligrams of cholesterol, 7 grams of sodium, 109 grams of carbs, 6 milligrams of fiber, 72 grams of sugar, and 4 milligrams of protein. All right, so now you have some basic information about the Retro Burger. Let's take a closer look here. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now that is a good looking burger, but guys, you know what time it is? It's time to dig in and experience nostalgia. So I'm starving, I'm gonna take a bite. I can't wait. Yes, that's nostalgia. The memories are all flooding back to me now. It's like, you know, when you first time you sunk your teeth into a really good burger as a kid, you know, your families take you to a burger joint, not like a crappy fast food place. I'm back there, dude. I'm back there. Now that is an effing good burger. There you have some Retro Zero Cola. Very good, very good. I'm gonna go in for another bite here. This is just too damn good. So yeah, you may have noticed, maybe I haven't been posting as many videos as often, and I apologize for that, but I've been just so busy with opening the restaurant, and you know, I'm there every day, or pretty much every day, so yeah, I have a full staff, of course, but you know, I gotta get in there, you know, in the trenches, so to speak. So if you're in the Beaverton area, come in and say hi. We don't bite, but our food does. I mean, doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, you get a bite of food at our place, basically is what I'm saying. Man, I can't get enough of this burger. So I actually worked with some food scientists to really perfect this burger and all of our food, of course, but I really wanted to nail this one. We found out we could extract fat from the, let's say, problem areas of the beef patty and re-inject it into other areas where maybe there was a lack of fat, kind of like a culinary Botox type of thing. And it really made all the difference. These burgers have never looked so alert and youthful. It's just incredible. So we also found out, like a lot of restaurants, they pre-cook their burgers in the morning and then they're just sitting out there all day until you buy it. Not exactly fresh. And while we believe quality food is worth waiting for, we understand that your time is valuable to you, right? So that's why we cook all of our food using retro microwaves from the 70s before regulation sadly sucked all the power out of these beautiful machines. And we managed to find some, and we can perfectly cook an edible burger within 60 seconds, I would say. It's really an incredible thing. So that is one of our many secrets. Let's go in for some more. And man, I tell you, man, it was so much work getting this thing off the ground. Not just the research in terms of the menu, the kinds of food, how to make the perfect burger, which was extensive, but even, dealing with lawyers, accountants, city officials, the mayor of Beaverton, it's very important to, if you really want to get things done, you have to kind of what's the word? I don't want to say manipulation. That's not accurate and not necessarily legal, but sometimes you have to grease the wheels and kind of, dodge the bullets of bureaucracy in order to get stuff done. So, I had to do what I had to do, but, it was worth it. It was worth it. The proof is in the pudding, so to speak, which we do have, by the way. Starting off selling burgers out of the back of my trunk. Then, graduated to having a little food truck, more like a van, but basically a food truck. And then, back down to my car, and then I graduated to selling it in the alleyway, and then, back and forth. But, if I just kept grinding and kept saying I could do this, and I got there. So, like I said, everything's going really well so far, and I really hope to see you at Retros. It's a very big burger too, by the way. This ain't no Big Mac or Whopper. Those are nothing compared to this. Okay, one more bite, I think. Should do it. Wow, that was incredible. But now I want to try out some of these tingle fries here. So I'll dump some. Not the whole thing. I don't think I could finish it all right now. This is the small size, but it's still quite big. So we'll put this here a little bit closer. There we go. Take a look at the tingle factor there. Dip it in. Now, I went with crinkle fries for the tingle fries because they kind of look like, in my mind, what I imagine a tingle looking like, an ASMR tingle, like coming out of your head, like, you know, kind of like how they draw spidey senses in Spider-Man comics, that kind of thing. But I also went with crinkle fries because look at that. They retain so much ketchup in them, like tiny little spoons for maximum ketchup grabbage. Some more cola here. Now, although I named these the tingle fries, most of the items on my menu don't focus on the ASMR aspect. It's more about the retro aspect. So it's more named after, you know, stuff from the 80s, that kind of thing. But for the fries, I couldn't resist calling them tingle fries. I had to throw one ASMR thing in there. Oh, and yet another reason I went with crinkle fries is because I didn't want those little tiny shoelace, whatever they call them, fries that McDonald's has. I think McDonald's fries are overrated, by the way. These are nice, good, chunky fries, you know what I mean? Isn't it kind of weird that tomatoes and potatoes sound so similar and they're so good together? Like, what are the odds of that, you know? It's like sometimes the universe makes sense. Now, Beaverton is a pretty small town, but I would be interested to know if any of you have actually went to my restaurant and what you guys think. I would really like to know. I always like hearing people's input and feedback. It's a small town. Most people probably couldn't find it on a map. To be honest, I'm not sure I could find it on a map. But that's okay. Okay, a few fries left. I gotta give them all a good home. No fry left behind. Alright, now it's time for my favorite part of the meal. The toys. So basically I wanted to give away a free, 80s style toy with every meal. So I wanted to do a team up with like Hasbro or one of those big toy manufacturers. Some cross collaboration type of thing, but I couldn't really find their numbers. So I figured, I have a lot of old toys in my collection, old comics, stuff like that. Like, why don't I just give those away, right? But I was like, is that really legal to do that kind of thing without permission? So I talked to my lawyer, who's also my cousin, and we both decided that it's probably okay. So let's see what we got. It's just like a chest at the store, at the restaurant, with some like random stuff in there, and the kitchen staff, they just grab one and kind of like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. So over here we have, looks like, oh, this is, I think, a piece of a Constructicon, a Transformer. That's cool. We have an arm. I think, is that Sideswipe? Looks like a Generation 2 Sideswipe, perhaps. You never know. It's like a mystery where you gotta figure it out. Looks like a flag or something of, not Hound. Not Huffer, Braun, I think, perhaps. I don't know, bro. And finally, this is, it looks like the head of Jazz. So that's like the headpiece right there. Pretty cool stuff, guys. Pretty cool. I'll put those back into my collection. All right. Let's take a look at this article. I don't know if that'll come out on camera properly, but this was in the Beaver Toe Beacon. I never actually read this yet, so this will be really fun. So there I am there, looking pretty good. And okay, yeah, it's new burger joint retros, that's me. Serve up burgers, nostalgia, and a side of confusion. Confusion, huh, okay. By Glenda Schmutt, I guess that's her surname. Okay, Beavertoe, March 26, 2025. The town of Beavertoe is sizzling with excitement and possibly grease, as its first new restaurant in over 2 decades has opened its doors. Retro's, a self-described time-traveling burger shack, I do describe it that way, launched on March 25th, drawing in hungry locals with promises of 80s flair and edible food. Owned and operated by a man who insists on being referred to only as ASMR Retro, once again, that's me. The establishment boasts a neon-lit interior, a working pinball machine, and combo meals that come with authentic toys from the 1980s, including half-melted G.I. Joe figures. That shouldn't be, but off-brand Rubik's Cube and something called Garbage Pail Kids. I got the idea when I noticed that people like eating food, said Retro, adjusting his Top Gun aviators, and I thought, what if they ate that food while being emotionally captured by nostalgia? I remember saying that, that's true. The menu includes classics like the E.T. Melt, Night Frider, Basket, and Whamburger, all served in vintage lunchboxes with questionable patrons described the experience as confusing but in a comforting way. Okay. I don't fully understand what I ate, admitted local teacher Sheila Lang, chewing slowly, but there was glitter in the fries and I think I liked it. My burger came with a He-Man sword and a VHS tape of Highway to Heaven, said teenager Wyatt Grimshaw. I don't have a VCR, but I'm spiritually fulfilled. That's what it's all about. Retros marks Beavertoe's first foray back into food service since the tragic and unrelated fires at McLaughlin's in 2004. Yeah, that was a dark day indeed. Local officials have welcomed the addition, saying it's nice to finally have something else to eat besides cornflakes and regret. It's not bad, offered retired postal worker Glenn Peaver. It's weird, but the kind of weird that makes you want to come back, like jury duty. Despite some early confusion around the restaurant's lack of napkins, Retro says they weren't invented yet. Yeah, I was just kind of kidding about that, but we actually the order didn't come in, so, it's... Anyway, locals seem to be embracing the greasy throwback. When asked about expansion plans, ASMR Retro simply replied, no comment, but yes. Okay, so there was the article. I think I'm ready for the ratings and final verdict. Like I said, I'm going to try to not be biased here, but, I'm going to try to be as honest as I possibly can be, because that's what you deserve. So for taste, it was the best burger I've ever eaten. I don't know what else to say. It was juicy. The patty was huge. With the toppings, the retro secret sauce it was just all came together perfectly. So I have to give it a 10. I have to be honest. Texture, once again, I nailed it. What can I say? I nailed it. It was perfect. The texture kind of melted in your mouth, but not in a weird way. It was perfect. 10 for texture. Presentation, oh bam, it looked like a burger that you've never seen before. Just a perfect looking burger, the kind of burger you want to take home to meet your parents kind of thing. 10 out of 10 on presentation. And portion size, I gotta give it a 10, dog. This thing was massive. I could barely lift this thing up. So just the perfect burger from beginning to end. So like I said, if you don't, this is our first of hopefully many, many locations. Call your senator, your governor, your whatever you have, where you live, and say, I want my retro burger. All right, guys, with all that said, I hope you're having a great April Fool's Day, and I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to Retro's Food Court, where the food is real, the opinions are real, and the tingles are tasty. Let's meet our first defendant. Honorable Judge Retro presides. Hey guys, Retro here. On today's food court, I'm going to review Ryan Reynolds' Scrambled Eggs Loaded Breakfast Box from Tim Hortons. I know this sounds like one of my fake April Fool's jokes, but this is real. Ryan Reynolds does have an item at Tim Hortons. Came out relatively recently. I don't know exactly when. But yeah, so I also got a medium double and a chocolate glazed donut. So here's the description on the website. It says, we teamed up with Ryan Reynolds to bring you his signature recipe. 100% Canadian freshly cracked scrambled eggs, served with crispy hash browns, sausage crumble or bacon, and creamy chipotle sauce. Get it in a loaded box or wrap, that's hard to say. Available until 11 a.m. Now, I didn't see the wrap available there, but anyways, I wanted the box version regardless. Now, in terms of nutritional information, there really wasn't much on the website other than it's 600 calories. All right, let's open up Ryan's box here, see what we get. Oh, look at that. Looks decent. You see the chipotle sauce, the hash browns. These are the sausage bits, I guess. And scrambled eggs are underneath there somewhere. Smells good. Looks good. Start with the hash brown here. Take a look at that. All right, I'm gonna dig in. I'm usually not much of a hash brown person, but that's good. It must be the sauce, I guess. Hash browns kind of have that like bitter taste or something like that, which I don't like. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Let's grab some sausage here. Not bad. The taste is good. It feels a little soft to me, texture-wise. I think I'm gonna go through this pretty quick. It's not that big of a serving. It doesn't look like. Well, it's a little deceiving because it's in a box. Okay, I'm gonna grab some coffee here. Oh yeah, that's good. Good double. See if I can get some egg here. There we go. There's the egg. Fresh from Reynolds Farms. I made that part up. Yeah, I saw an ad somewhere. It was like Ryan's scrambled eggs at Tim Hortons. I'm like, who the hell is Ryan? And then eventually I saw the version of the ad with his picture on it. Like, if you're not going to show his face in an ad, then say Ryan Reynolds. You know what I mean? The eggs are a little bland, I guess, compared to the sausage and hash browns, but that's just the way eggs are, I guess. That's falling apart on me. Come on. Now you're probably thinking, I know Ryan Reynolds probably did this for the money. That's not it. And he didn't do it because he loves Tim Hortons. I mean, he might, but that's not the reason he did this. I believe he totally did this because he wants people to go around saying, I just ate Ryan Reynolds' box and I love it. Prove me wrong, Ryan Reynolds. Prove me wrong. You know that's why he did it. But anyway. What's your favorite Ryan Reynolds movie? I know the obvious is to say Deadpool, which is my favorite, especially the Deadpool Wolverine one, the last one. But let me hear what you think. And don't say, what was it? Green Hornet? No, that's not right. Green Lantern. Is that right? Sounds weird. Actually, I haven't seen that. Man, these wooden forks suck. A real spoon for this one. This fork's not going to cut it. Even chopsticks would be better than this. Now, I don't usually go to Tim Hortons for coffee or any coffee place, to be honest. I will occasionally, but I just make my own coffee. So much cheaper. I mean, this was $1.89 Canadian. And actually, I usually make an espresso at home. So for the cost of like 2 or 3 of these, I can have espresso for like the entire month. You know what I mean? And yeah, let's say it's $2, right, per coffee. That adds up, you know, every day. It's like $60 a month just for coffee. Crazy. I don't think so. Boy. Just all falling apart now. So yeah, I'm assuming this is only available in Canada. Look at a mess here. I know Tim Hortons, I think it was bought out by an American company a while back. I'm not sure what the current status is. These things constantly change, you know, so I don't know, bro. But for my Canadian viewers, have you tried this? And what do you think? So far, I'm liking it. That's a good thing because I almost finished it. I also never get breakfast at fast food places. I mean, again, in the rare situation I do, but I prefer breakfast at home. Plus, I like fast food because it's kind of like, I mean, part of the reason is that it feels like it's food that I can't make at home. Like, how do I get these weird flavors, like the sauces and stuff? But I feel like the breakfast food they have at these places, I can make. It's just like eggs and sausage and stuff like that. So that's why I just tend to avoid it. If I can make it myself, I'll make it myself. But I get it. Sometimes there's not time or you're at work and, you know, you grab a quick bite. Should have got extra chipotle sauce. They had other sauce options too. But chipotle was a default, so I'm like, okay, let's go with that. Tried to get the remaining bits. Oh, didn't realize the box moved that much. Sorry about that. Okay. Not bad. Okay, I'll pick off the remains of those later. Now I will enjoy my chocolate glazed donut. Oh yeah. Look at that baby. Now here's a question. What's your favorite donut? So chocolatey. So good. Obviously, I like a good chocolate glazed donut. It's probably my favorite or one of my favorites. Boston cream is good too. And they're all good. I would never turn down any donut. But once you've had one of these chocolate glazed ones, a regular chocolate donut just doesn't cut it, you know what I mean? That is very fresh. I woke up very early today for some reason. So I was like one of the first customers. Well, not really 24-hour Tim Hortons, but I'm assuming they get them in fresh. I don't know if they make them there. I doubt it, but it's fresh is what I'm saying. Alright, now time for my ratings and final verdict. So this is for the Reynolds Scrambled Eggs Loaded Breakfast Box. The taste was surprisingly good, especially the hash browns. These eggs were a little bland, and the sausage was good. And the chipotle sauce I think really added a lot to it. I think if I added more chipotle sauce, would have made a big difference. But so yeah, for taste I'll give it a 7. Texture was good except for maybe the sausage. I felt it had a weird soft texture. Didn't feel like I was eating sausage, but so I don't know, maybe I'll give that a 6.5. Presentation, in my opinion, it did look good. Like in the little box, everything was nicely snug and tucked in there. So I would give that an 8. I might have given it a 9 if you could see a bit of the eggs in there, like right as soon as you open the box, but you couldn't. And for portion size, it's not bad. It does look a little small, but when you eat it, it's like, okay, I see there's more in there than it appears, but yeah, I'd give it a 6.5 for that. Now, would I get this again? Yeah, I probably would if I was gonna go for breakfast at Tim Hortons, which again, I rarely do. But if I did, yeah, I'd totally get it again. So with that being said, let me say this. I just ate Ryan's box, and I liked it. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Hope you found it relaxing, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye.